Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. It happened every evening, that flicker of movement in the alley behind my apartment, a stray cat, I told myself, or a gust of city wind coaxing garbage into dance steps. Each time I heard it, I would glance out to see nothing changed, the same rusty dumpster, the same damp brick walls. But last night I noticed the dumpster lid shut instead of ajar. Tonight it's worse. The alley is devoid of its usual scrap paper litter. Now I find myself wondering why I've never stepped outside to look closer. The coffee mug in my hand grows cold as I stare through the kitchen window. Steam has stopped rising, and there's a ring of brown residue where the liquid has settled. I should drink it. I should move away from this window. Instead, I trace patterns in the condensation on the glass, watching my fingerprints blur the view of the alley below. When did I first notice her? The question surfaces without warning, like debris floating up from murky water. Her, not it. Not the movement I convinced myself was wind or cats or urban phantoms. Her. Memory fragments. She wore a gray coat, or maybe it was blue. The color shifts depending on which day I'm remembering, which angle of streetlight caught the fabric. Always the same deliberate walk, though, never hurried, never slow. Purposeful in a way that made me think she belonged there, in that narrow space between buildings where most people wouldn't linger. I set down the mug and press both palms against the window frame. The wood is warped from years of moisture, paint peeling in small curls that catch under my fingernails. Below, the alley stretches empty, too empty. Even the shadows seem arranged differently, as if someone has been rearranging the darkness itself. The first time I called the police, the officer's voice carried that practiced patience reserved for anxious residents reporting suspicious activity that isn't quite suspicious enough. What exactly did you see, ma'am? A woman in the alley. She comes every evening around the same time. Is she doing anything illegal, trespassing, causing damage? I remember the pause that followed. How do you explain that someone's mere presence feels wrong without sounding paranoid? That the way she moved through that space suggested knowledge of it that seemed impossible, intimate. Well, she shouldn't be there. Walking through an alley isn't a crime. No, but claiming it is unusual. The thought arrives fully formed, startling me. When did I realize she was cleaning? The alley has been growing tidier day by day, cigarette butts disappearing, broken glass swept away. That persistent pile of newspapers that used to accumulate near the fire escape gone. I pull my hands away from the window and notice the imprints they've left. 5 fingers on each side, slightly smudged. For a moment, they look like someone else's hands pressed against the glass from the outside, trying to get in. The notebook sits on my kitchen table, pages filled with observations I don't remember writing in such detail. Tuesday, 7:23 p.m. Gray coat, dark hair pulled back, spent approximately 4 minutes near the north wall. Appeared to be examining something at ground level. Wednesday, 7:19 p.m. Same coat, but hair was down, carried what looked like a small bag, movements more deliberate today. Thursday, no appearance, waited until 8:30 p.m. My handwriting, but the precision feels foreign. I don't wear a watch. How did I know the exact times? And why don't I remember being so methodical about recording these details? Flipping through more pages, the entries become stranger. She looked up at my window today, direct eye contact for several seconds. I stepped back but couldn't shake the feeling she knew I'd been watching. Did that happen, the memory feels borrowed, like something I might have dreamed or read in someone else's account. But there it is, in my own careful script. The phone call came on a Thursday. "This is Detective Morrison with the city police. We're following up on a missing person report, and we understand you may have witnessed some unusual activity in the alley behind your building." Missing person, the words rearranged something in my chest, a shifting of organs to accommodate new information. "I never reported anyone missing." "No, ma'am, someone else did, but your previous calls about suspicious activity in that location have been flagged as potentially relevant." I tried to remember what I'd told them before. The woman in the gray coat seemed suddenly less substantial, like trying to hold onto details from a fading dream. "Can you describe what you've observed?" "There was a woman, she came regularly, but I haven't seen her recently." "How recently?" I couldn't answer. Time had become elastic, days blending into each other around the fixed point of my evening vigil at the window. Had it been days since I'd seen her? Weeks? "We'd like to send someone over to take a more detailed statement." After I hung up, I returned to the window. The alley looked different in afternoon light, smaller, more ordinary. Just a narrow passage between buildings, unremarkable except for how clean it had become. The detective was younger than his voice suggested, with the kind of careful attention that made me suddenly aware of how I might appear. A woman who spent too much time watching empty spaces, filling notebooks with observations that might be more fiction than fact. "Tell me about the woman you've been seeing." "She climbed the alley." The words came out with more certainty than I felt. "Every evening she would come and clean." "Clean how?" I realized I had never actually seen her cleaning. The alley simply became cleaner during the period when she appeared regularly, but stating that distinction felt like admitting to something I wasn't ready to acknowledge. "She carried bags sometimes, and she would spend time near the walls examining things." "Did you ever see her face clearly?" The question hung between us while I searched my memory for features that remained frustratingly vague. Dark hair, yes, average height, the gray coat that might have been blue, but her face stayed blurred as if she had always been slightly out of focus. "Not clearly, no." He wrote something in his notebook, and I wondered if his handwriting was as neat as mine had become in my own records. "The missing person is a local resident. She disappeared approximately 2 weeks ago. Her family says she had been acting strangely before she vanished, taking long walks at unusual hours, becoming secretive about her activities." 2 weeks. I tried to align this timeline with my own fragmented observations, but the days refused to organize themselves into a coherent sequence. "What did she look like?" He showed me a photograph, a woman with dark hair and tired eyes, wearing what appeared to be a gray coat. She looked familiar in the way that strangers sometimes do, as if I might have passed her on the street or seen her in a crowd. But was this the woman from the alley? "I'm not sure," I said, which felt like the first completely honest thing I'd admitted. After he left, I stood at the window until darkness fell. The alley remained empty, but I found myself studying it with new attention. What had I actually seen during all those evenings of watching, and what had I constructed from shadows and assumptions? The notebook entries continued, but now they read differently. Monday, no movement in alley. Notice the dumpster has been moved slightly, now positioned closer to the east wall. Tuesday, alley completely empty. Realized I can't remember the last time I saw actual garbage there. Wednesday, spent 2 hours at window. Nothing. Beginning to wonder if I imagined the regular appearances. My handwriting, but the uncertainty was new. Or maybe it had always been there, and I was only now allowing myself to acknowledge it. Sleep became difficult. I would lie in bed listening for sounds from the alley, but the space had gone silent. Even the usual urban noise, sirens, car doors, distant conversations seemed muted when it came from that direction. During the day, I began taking different routes to avoid passing the mouth of the alley. When I finally worked up the courage to walk through it, the passage felt smaller than it appeared from above. The walls were closer together, the pavement uneven in ways I hadn't noticed from my window, and it was clean, not just tidy, but scrubbed clean. The kind of thorough cleaning that suggested someone had spent considerable time and effort removing all traces of whatever had been there before. The second detective was older, with the weary demeanor of someone who had spent years sorting truth from perception in cases where the distinction mattered. We've been investigating the disappearance for 3 weeks now. The family is convinced something happened to her in this area because it was part of her regular walking route. Have you found anything? That's what we're hoping you can help us determine. Your observations might be the most detailed record we have of activity in that location during the relevant time period. He asked me to walk him through my notebook entries, and as I read them aloud, the words sounded increasingly hollow. Timestamps I couldn't verify, details that seemed too precise for casual observation, descriptions that shifted subtly from entry to entry, as if the woman I'd been watching had been gradually changing, or I had been gradually forgetting what I'd actually seen. Did you ever consider approaching her, speaking to her directly? The question revealed something I hadn't consciously acknowledged. I had never wanted to get closer. The woman in the alley had felt like something that should be observed from a distance, as if direct contact might cause her to disappear entirely. I thought about it. But you didn't. No, why not? I searched for an explanation that wouldn't sound irrational, because she seemed to belong to the alley in a way that made me feel like an intruder, because there was something about her presence that felt both routine and impossible, because I was afraid that speaking to her would force me to confront the growing suspicion that I might not be seeing what I thought I was seeing. I wasn't sure she wanted to be approached. He nodded as if this made perfect sense, which was somehow more unsettling than skepticism would have been. The photograph appeared in my mailbox without explanation, a grainy image of the alley taken from an angle I didn't recognize. In it, a figure in a light-colored coat stands near the dumpster. The image quality makes it impossible to determine if this is the missing woman or someone else entirely. The timestamp in the corner indicates it was taken during the period when I was supposedly maintaining my detailed observations, but I have no memory of this particular scene. I study the photograph under different lights, looking for details that might trigger clearer recollection. The figure's posture suggests concentration, as if they're examining something on the ground, but the shadows and grain make it impossible to determine what they might be looking at, or even to confirm basic details like gender or age. Who took this photograph, and why was it delivered to me without explanation? The questions multiply faster than any possible answers. I call the detective to report the photograph, but reach only voicemail. When I try again the next day, the number has been disconnected. The police station has no record of anyone by that name working on a missing person case in this area. My notebook has developed new entries I don't remember writing. The photograph shows what I thought I saw, but from an angle that suggests someone else was watching too. If there were multiple observers, why am I the only one who came forward? The alley has been empty for days now, but I keep watching anyway. The handwriting looks like mine, but slightly different, as if written by someone trying to imitate my style. I lock the notebook in a drawer and stop going to the window. But avoidance only sharpens the compulsion. I find myself listening for sounds from the alley even when I'm in other rooms. Every small noise, settling pipes, creaking floorboards, distant traffic might be her return. The absence of her presence has become more consuming than her presence ever was. When I finally return to my post at the kitchen window, the alley looks different again. Not cleaner this time, but somehow more deliberate in its emptiness, as if the space has been carefully arranged to appear abandoned while actually being maintained. The missing person flyers appear throughout the neighborhood, stapled to telephone poles and taped to storefront windows. The photograph shows the same woman the detective had shown me, but seeing her face repeated on every corner creates a strange doubling effect. She becomes both more real and less real simultaneously, too present to ignore, too multiplied to feel authentic. I study the flyers for details I might have missed, the description of her clothing, her height, her habits. According to the text, she was known for taking long evening walks and had recently become interested in urban exploration. The phrase urban exploration strikes me as significant, though I can't articulate why. Someone has written notes in the margins of one flyer, check the alleys, and she was looking for something specific. The handwriting is unfamiliar, but the observations feel related to my own experience in ways that make me uncomfortable. I tear down this particular flyer and take it home. The realization comes gradually, like developing film in a darkroom. I have been thinking about this case as if I were trying to solve what happened to the missing woman, but what if the real question is what happened to me during those weeks of observation? My memories of watching the alley have a dreamlike quality that I initially attributed to the hypnotic nature of routine observation. But dreams and memories shouldn't be this difficult to distinguish, and my notebook entries show a level of detail and consistency that seems impossible if I was simply glancing out the window each evening. What if I was the one spending time in the alley? The thought is absurd, but once it surfaces, it explains several inconsistencies. My intimate knowledge of how the space was changing, the precise timing of the observations, the reluctance to approach the woman directly because there was no woman to approach. But this explanation creates new problems. I have no memory of going into the alley, no recollection of cleaning it or spending time examining the walls, and the photograph clearly shows a figure that appears to be someone else. Unless the photograph shows me, and I have been unable to recognize myself because I don't remember being there. I retrieve the photograph and study it again with this possibility in mind. The figure's posture and proportions could match my own. The coat, which I had been thinking of as gray or blue, might actually be the brown jacket I wear for evening walks, appearing different under the alley's lighting conditions. The more I consider this interpretation, the more plausible it becomes, and the more frightening. If I was the woman in the alley, then what happened to my memory of those experiences? And if I don't remember spending time there, what else might I have done that I've forgotten? The missing person case takes on new dimensions. Instead of trying to determine what happened to someone else, I might be trying to reconstruct my own lost time. I search my apartment for evidence of activities I don't remember. In the bathroom, I find a pair of shoes with mud on the soles, dried mud that could have come from the alley's uneven pavement. In the kitchen, there are cleaning supplies I don't remember purchasing, including industrial-strength products that would be effective for the kind of thorough cleaning the alley received. But these discoveries feel too convenient, as if I'm finding exactly what I expect to find. How can I trust evidence I might have planted for myself to discover? The notebook has acquired a new entry. The investigation has become circular. Every answer generates questions that lead back to the original mystery. Maybe the point isn't to solve what happened, but to accept that some experiences resist clear explanation. This time, I'm certain I didn't write it. I take the notebook to a handwriting expert, but her analysis only deepens the confusion. The entries are all consistent with my handwriting, but show subtle variations that could indicate different emotional states, different levels of fatigue, or different time periods. There's no evidence of forgery, but also no definitive proof that I wrote everything myself. Sometimes people write things they don't consciously remember writing, she explains, particularly during periods of stress or distraction. The mind can be remarkably productive while the conscious awareness is focused elsewhere. This explanation should be reassuring, but it isn't. If I can write detailed observations without remembering the act of writing, what else might I be doing without conscious awareness? The alley has remained empty for weeks now, but I continue my evening vigil at the window. The space holds my attention in ways that feel both compulsive and necessary, as if looking away might cause something important to disappear permanently. Tonight, as I watch, a figure appears at the far end of the alley. My first instinct is relief finally, a resolution to the mystery. But as the figure moves closer, I realize this isn't the woman I had been observing. This is someone different entirely, wearing modern clothes and moving with the casual gait of someone taking a shortcut rather than conducting some mysterious ritual. The figure passes through the alley without pausing, disappearing at the other end. Normal human behavior in a normal urban space. I feel simultaneously disappointed and vindicated. The alley can accommodate ordinary foot traffic, which suggests that my previous observations of unusual activity were genuinely unusual or genuinely imagined. But as I turn away from the window, I notice something that makes me look back. The figure has returned and is now standing directly below my window, looking up. Even from this distance, in the uncertain light, I can see enough to know that I'm looking at my own face. The figure raises one hand in what might be a wave or a warning, then turns and walks away with the same purposeful stride I had attributed to the missing woman. I don't go to the window the next evening or the evening after that, but I know she's there, I'm there, continuing whatever pattern of behavior I established during those lost weeks. The missing person case was never about someone else disappearing. It was about discovering that I had become someone else without realizing it. The notebook's final entry appears without my writing it. Some mysteries solve themselves by becoming unsolvable. The truth isn't what happened, but that happening and remembering don't always occur in the same person. I am both the observer and the observed, the investigator and the evidence. The case remains open because closing it would mean accepting that I am not entirely who I think I am. I close the notebook and place it back in the drawer. Tomorrow I will move to a different apartment, one without a view of any alleys. But I suspect that changing location won't resolve the fundamental question. If I can lose weeks of my life without noticing, how can I be certain that the person writing these words is the same person who will read them later? The alley continues its quiet existence below my window, clean and empty and waiting. Sometimes, in my peripheral vision, I catch glimpses of movement there, but I no longer turn to look directly. Some observations are too dangerous to make, and some truths too unstable to examine closely. The case remains open, like a wound that heals around the edges but never quite closes at the center. Story 2. The portrait. The whisper of old wood filled the air as I stepped onto the porch, the scent of damp earth clinging to the morning mist. Inside, the living room lay bathed in the soft glow of an antique lamp, casting long shadows that seemed to dance with stories untold. Everything was as it should be, books aligned on the shelf, a clock ticking rhythmically on the mantel, but the family portraits, now blank canvases, stared back at me with unsettling emptiness. I had been called to investigate what the department labeled as a routine missing persons case. The homeowner, an elderly woman who lived alone, hadn't been seen by her neighbors in several days. Her mail was piling up, and the local grocery store clerk mentioned she'd missed her usual weekly shopping trip. Simple enough, or so I thought. The front door had been unlocked when I arrived, which struck me as odd for someone living in such an isolated area. The house felt lived in, warm even, as if someone had just stepped out for a moment. A half-finished cup of tea sat on the kitchen counter, still faintly warm to the touch. The liquid inside had formed a thin film across the surface, suggesting it had been sitting there for some time, yet not long enough to grow cold completely. As I moved through the house, my footsteps echoing softly on the hardwood floors, I noticed something peculiar about those empty picture frames. They weren't simply missing photographs, the frames contained blank pieces of paper, cut precisely to fit each frame's dimensions. Someone had deliberately removed every family photo and replaced them with these white placeholders. I pulled out my notepad and began documenting what I observed. The house contained no signs of struggle, no overturned furniture, no broken glass. The woman's purse sat neatly on the dining room table, wallet intact with cash and credit cards undisturbed. Her car keys hung on a small hook by the back door, and through the kitchen window I could see her sedan parked in the driveway, undisturbed. The silence in the house felt heavy, almost oppressive. Even the ticking of that mantel clock seemed muffled, as if the very air was absorbing sound. I found myself holding my breath as I climbed the narrow staircase to the second floor, the wooden steps creaking under my weight despite my careful movements. The master bedroom appeared normal at first glance. The bed was made with military precision, corners tucked tightly, pillows fluffed and arranged just so. But here too the nightstand held an empty picture frame, this one smaller and more ornate than those downstairs. I opened the nightstand drawer and found it filled with the usual items: reading glasses, a small flashlight, some loose change, and a prescription bottle. The medication label caught my attention. It was prescribed for anxiety, and the bottle was nearly full despite being filled recently. If she was taking medication for anxiety, why would she leave her pills behind? I made another note and continued my search. The bathroom yielded more questions. Her toothbrush was dry but not dusty. The shower showed no recent use, yet a towel hung damp on the rack. I touched it gently. It was barely moist, as if someone had used it and it had mostly dried since then. The medicine cabinet contained the usual toiletries, but I noticed something strange. There were gaps on the shelves, rectangular spaces where items had clearly been removed. I returned to the living room and examined those blank frames more closely. Using a small flashlight, I could see tiny holes in the white paper where pushpins or thumbtacks had been inserted. The photos hadn't simply been removed, they had been carefully unpinned and taken away, then replaced with these precise paper cutouts. The kitchen revealed more oddities. The refrigerator was well stocked with fresh food, including milk that wouldn't expire for another week. But when I opened the freezer, I found it completely empty except for a thin layer of frost on the bottom. Someone had cleaned it out recently and thoroughly. I decided to speak with the neighbors, though the nearest house was a considerable walk down a winding dirt road. The neighbor, a middle-aged man who worked from home, seemed genuinely concerned about the missing woman. He described her as punctual and routine-oriented, someone who followed the same schedule every day without fail. She walked her dog every morning at the same time, he told me, his weathered hands gesturing toward the path between their properties. Haven't seen her in 4 days now. That's not like her at all. What about the dog? I asked, suddenly realizing I hadn't encountered any pet or pet supplies in the house. His expression grew puzzled. Come to think of it, I haven't seen the dog either. Little terrier, white with brown spots. She loved that animal more than anything. This new information sent a chill down my spine. I returned to the house and searched more thoroughly for any signs of a pet. No dog bed, no food bowls, no leash hanging by the door. Yet the neighbor insisted she'd owned this dog for years and walked it religiously every morning. I called the local veterinary offices to inquire about the woman and her pet. The receptionist at the closest clinic knew her well and confirmed she brought her dog in regularly for checkups. The last appointment was scheduled for the following week, an appointment the woman had made just days before she disappeared. Back at the house, I sat in her living room as afternoon light filtered through the windows, casting new shadows across those empty frames. I tried to piece together what I knew. A woman vanishes without taking her purse, keys, or anxiety medication. Someone carefully removes every family photograph and cleans out the freezer. Her dog disappears too, but there's no evidence a dog ever lived here. I called the department and requested a forensics team. While waiting for them to arrive, I explored the basement. The wooden steps groaned under my weight as I descended into the musty darkness below. The basement was typical for a house of this aged stone foundation, exposed beams, and the lingering smell of decades-old dampness. But in one corner I found something that made my pulse quicken. The concrete floor showed signs of recent disturbance, a rectangular patch where the surface looked different from the surrounding area. It was subtle, something most people would never notice, but years of investigative work had trained my eye to spot such inconsistencies. I knelt down and ran my fingers across the surface. The concrete in that area felt slightly rougher, newer somehow. I used my flashlight to examine it more closely and could see faint tool marks around the edges, as if someone had carefully chipped away old concrete and replaced it with fresh material. The forensics team arrived as the sun was setting, casting long shadows through the house's windows. I showed them my findings, and they immediately began processing the scene. The basement became their primary focus, and within hours they confirmed my suspicions the concrete had been recently poured, probably within the last week. As they worked to carefully excavate the area, I continued my investigation upstairs. I found the woman's address book in a kitchen drawer and began calling family members listed inside. Her sister, who lived several hours away, hadn't heard from her in over a month, which she claimed was unusual. She called me every Sunday evening, the sister told me, her voice tight with worry. We'd talk about her week, her garden, her little dog. She missed our call last Sunday, and I just assumed she was busy. Tell me about her routine, I asked, settling into a chair at the kitchen table. She was very set in her ways. Same breakfast every morning, same walk with the dog, same grocery shopping day. She lived alone since her husband died, but she seemed content. She loved that house, said she'd never leave it. Did she have any recent visitors, anyone new in her life? There was a pause before the sister answered. Actually, yes. She mentioned a new neighbor had been coming around, offering to help with yard work and small repairs. She seemed pleased to have the company, but I worried about her trusting strangers too easily. This was the first I'd heard of any helpful neighbor. The man I'd spoken to earlier hadn't mentioned anyone else living nearby, and I'd seen no evidence of recent yard work or repairs around the property. I asked the sister to describe what she knew about this helpful neighbor, but her information was limited. The missing woman had described him as polite and handy with tools, someone who'd recently moved to the area and was just being neighborly. After ending the call, I stepped outside to clear my head. The evening air was crisp, and I could hear the forensics team working in the basement below. I walked around the property, using my flashlight to examine the yard more carefully. Near the back of the house, I found a patch of disturbed earth partially hidden by overgrown bushes. The soil looked freshly turned, and when I knelt to examine it closer, I caught a faint odor that made my stomach turn. It was subtle but unmistakable, the smell of decomposition. I called the forensics team outside, and they immediately began processing this new area. As they worked, I continued searching the property. In a small shed behind the house, I found gardening tools that looked recently used and cleaned. A shovel leaned against the wall, its blade showing traces of fresh soil despite being otherwise spotless. The shed also contained something else that caught my attention, a small dog collar hanging on a nail, almost hidden behind some old paint cans. It was the right size for a terrier, and the metal tag bore the name of the missing woman as the owner. As the night wore on, the forensics team made two significant discoveries. In the basement, beneath the fresh concrete, they found personal belongings, photographs, documents, and jewelry that appeared to belong to the missing woman, but they found no human remains. In the backyard, however, their excavation revealed something that made my blood run cold. Buried in that patch of disturbed earth was the body of a small dog, a white terrier with brown spots that matched the neighbor's description perfectly. I sat in my car as the scene was processed, trying to make sense of what we'd found. Someone had killed the woman's dog and buried it in her backyard. They'd removed every family photograph from her house and buried them in her basement under fresh concrete. But where was the woman herself? The next morning, I returned to interview the neighbor again, this time with more specific questions about the mysterious, helpful newcomer. His description was vague, medium height, middle-aged, friendly demeanor, but he did remember seeing an unfamiliar truck parked at the woman's house on several occasions recently. "Now that you mention it," he said, scratching his chin thoughtfully, "I did think it was odd that I stopped seeing her walking her dog. She was so regular about it, you could set your watch by her routine." I spent the next several days canvassing the wider area, showing the woman's photograph to local business owners and residents. Several people recognized her as a regular customer, but no one had seen her recently. More troubling, no one could provide any useful information about the helpful neighbor she'd mentioned to her sister. The case took an unexpected turn when the woman's bank called to report suspicious activity on her account. Someone had been making small, regular withdrawals from her checking account using her ATM card. The transactions were happening at different locations, always for amounts just under the threshold that would trigger automatic fraud alerts. I reviewed the security footage from the ATM locations and saw the same person making each withdrawal, a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, always careful to keep his face turned away from the cameras. He knew exactly where the cameras were positioned and how to avoid them. The pattern of withdrawals was methodical, almost calculated. Someone was slowly draining the woman's account while being careful not to attract attention. This suggested planning and patience, not a crime of opportunity. I returned to the house once more, this time focusing on areas I might have overlooked. In a small office space, I found her personal papers organized in neat files. Her will was prominently displayed in a folder marked "Important Documents," and reading through it revealed that she planned to leave her house and modest savings to a local animal shelter. But there was something else in that folder that made me pause, a recent change to her will, dated just 2 weeks before she disappeared. The new version left everything to my dear friend and neighbor who has shown me such kindness in my final years. The signature looked genuine, but the handwriting seemed slightly different from her other documents. I had the will analyzed by a handwriting expert who confirmed my suspicions. While the signature appeared authentic, it had been traced rather than written naturally. Someone had carefully copied her signature onto the new document. The investigation expanded to include fraud and forgery charges, but we still had no suspect and no body. The helpful neighbor remained a ghost, someone who'd apparently gained the woman's trust, killed her dog, stolen her photographs, and manipulated her into changing her will before making her disappear. I interviewed the lawyer who'd supposedly witnessed the will change, but he had no record of meeting with the woman recently. The address listed for his office was a vacant building that had been empty for months. Someone had created an elaborate deception using a fake lawyer and forged documents. As weeks passed, the case grew colder. We'd found evidence of planning, manipulation, and likely murder, but the victim's body remained missing, and our suspect was like smoke described by everyone but seen clearly by no one. The house stood empty, those blank picture frames still staring from the walls like vacant eyes. I found myself returning there periodically, hoping to spot some detail I'd missed, some clue that would break the case open. During one such visit, I noticed something I'd overlooked before. The woman's car, still sitting in the driveway, had been moved. It was parked in the same spot, but facing the opposite direction from when I'd first seen it. Someone with access to her keys had been using her vehicle. I processed the car for fingerprints and found several sets, including some that didn't match the missing woman. More importantly, the odometer showed significantly more miles than her sister had indicated the woman typically drove. Someone had been using her car regularly since she disappeared. The glove compartment contained receipts from gas stations and a fast food restaurant, all dated after the woman's disappearance. The locations formed a pattern, all clustered around a rural area about an hour's drive from the house. I followed this lead to the remote area indicated by the receipts. It was sparsely populated, mostly farmland and wooded areas with few houses scattered along winding back roads. I spent days driving through the area, showing the woman's photograph and asking about any newcomers or suspicious activity. At a small country store, the clerk recognized the photo immediately. "She's been coming in here regularly," he told me. "Always with the same man, middle-aged fellow, real polite, but something about him seemed off." "How so?" I asked, my pulse quickening. "Well, she never spoke. He did all the talking, always stood real close to her, kept his hand on her arm. She looked scared or maybe sick. I thought about asking if she was okay, but he never gave me the chance." The clerk's description of the man matched what little we knew about the mysterious, helpful neighbor. More importantly, he'd seen them together recently within the last few days. I showed the clerk some additional photos, including one of the woman's car, and he confirmed seeing it parked outside his store multiple times. He gave me directions to a property where he'd seen the car turn off the main road, a run-down farmhouse that had been vacant for years. I approached the farmhouse carefully, calling for backup before getting too close. The property was isolated and overgrown, with a long driveway that wound through dense trees. The woman's car was parked behind the house, partially hidden by overgrown bushes. The farmhouse itself was in poor condition, with boarded windows and a sagging porch. But there were signs of recent occupancy, fresh tire tracks in the dirt, and I could see light filtering through gaps in the boards covering the windows. As my backup arrived, we surrounded the property and announced our presence. The response was immediate, the sound of a door slamming somewhere inside the house, followed by the heavy footsteps of someone moving quickly through the interior. We entered the house cautiously and found evidence that someone had been living there recently. Camping equipment was set up in what had once been the living room, along with supplies that could sustain someone for weeks. Most disturbing, we found restraints attached to a chair and evidence that someone had been held against their will. But the house was empty now. Whoever had been there had fled, probably as soon as they saw us approaching. A search of the property revealed a root cellar behind the house, and inside we made the discovery that finally broke the case open. The missing woman was there, alive but in terrible condition. She'd been held captive for weeks, kept barely alive while someone used her car, her ATM card, and her identity. She was dehydrated, malnourished, and traumatized, but she was breathing. As paramedics worked to stabilize her, she managed to whisper a few words that confirmed our suspicions. Her captor was indeed someone who'd presented himself as a helpful neighbor, gaining her trust before revealing his true intentions. He'd killed her beloved dog when she tried to resist, using the pet's death to control her through grief and fear. The man had forced her to sign the new will, then kept her alive while he slowly drained her bank account and planned to claim her property. The photographs had been buried to eliminate evidence of her family connections, making it easier for him to pose as her closest friend and heir. But despite our extensive search of the area, the perpetrator remained at large. He'd vanished into the rural landscape, leaving behind only the evidence of his crimes and a victim who was too traumatized to provide a clear description of his appearance or identity. The woman survived her ordeal, though the physical and psychological damage would take years to heal. She recovered enough to confirm that her captor had been planning her murder once he'd finished draining her accounts and securing her property. Her dog's death had been both a warning and a preview of her intended fate. The case officially remained open, with an active warrant for a suspect whose true identity we never established. The helpful neighbor persona had been entirely fabricated, complete with fake references and a carefully constructed backstory designed to gain an elderly woman's trust. I still drive by that house sometimes, though the woman has since moved away to live with family members who can provide the care and security she needs. The empty picture frames have been removed, but something about that place still feels haunted by the calculated evil that once walked its halls. The case taught me that monsters don't always announce themselves with violence and chaos. Sometimes they arrive with a smile and an offer to help, patient enough to spend months building trust before revealing their true nature. The most dangerous predators are often those who understand that the greatest weapon isn't force, but the simple human need for companionship and kindness. Somewhere out there, a man who knows how to exploit that need remains free, possibly already working to gain another victim's trust. The thought keeps me awake some nights, wondering if we'll get another call about a missing person, another house with empty picture frames, another family destroyed by someone who weaponized their own loneliness against them. Story 3. The light switch didn't click. My fingers grazed its surface, expecting the usual tactile click, but were met with an unsettling stillness. As I walked through the dim hallway, the walls felt narrower, as though they had drawn closer in my absence. The floorboards offered no familiar creak beneath my steps, a sound I had grown to expect in the past. Even the air seemed to press against my skin differently, like it was trying to communicate something unspeakable. In the shadowed corner, the family clock stood silent, its hands motionless, and I couldn't remember if they had ever moved at all. I knew exactly what had happened in this house. The case was closed, at least in my mind. My brother had suffered a complete psychological breakdown, triggered by the mounting pressure of his financial troubles and his wife's threat to leave him. The evidence was clear. The overdue bills scattered across his desk, the empty bottles hidden behind books, the increasingly erratic behavior his neighbors had reported. He'd snapped one evening, packing a single bag and disappearing into the night, leaving behind a family that would never understand why. The police had found no signs of foul play. His car was discovered at the bus station, keys left on the dashboard. Security footage showed him boarding the late express, alone, carrying nothing but a worn duffel bag. His bank account had been emptied the day before, not unusual for someone planning to start over somewhere else. The investigation lasted exactly 6 weeks before being filed away as a voluntary missing person case. I'd spent months piecing together his final days, talking to his coworkers, his drinking buddies, even the clerk at the corner store where he bought his cigarettes. Everyone painted the same picture, a man slowly unraveling, consumed by shame and desperation. It made perfect sense. People disappear all the time, especially when their lives become unbearable. My brother had simply chosen escape over confrontation. But standing here now, 3 months after he vanished, something felt fundamentally wrong. The house key had turned too easily in the lock, as if the mechanism had been recently oiled. I'd expected dust, the stale air of abandonment, maybe even the sour smell of spoiled food left behind in haste. Instead, the air carried a faint trace of coffee and something else, a cleaning product I couldn't identify. Not the harsh chemical scent of bleach, but something more subtle, almost floral. I moved deeper into the living room, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet. The furniture sat exactly where it always had, but the arrangement felt different somehow. The coffee table had been shifted slightly to the left, creating an odd gap between it and the sofa. The magazines were stacked too neatly, their edges perfectly aligned. My brother had never been particularly tidy. On the mantelpiece, family photographs stared back at me with familiar faces, but their positions had changed. The wedding photo that used to sit front and center was now tucked behind a smaller frame containing a picture of our childhood dog. Why would someone rearrange photographs before fleeing their life? I pulled out my phone and compared the scene to pictures I'd taken during my first visit after his disappearance. The differences were subtle but undeniable. Books had been reshuffled on the shelves. A throw pillow that had been burgundy was now navy blue. The brass lamp beside the window was plugged into a different outlet, its cord snaking across the floor in a new pattern. Someone had been living here. The realization hit me like cold water. This wasn't the frozen tableau of a man who'd abandoned everything. This was a space that had been occupied, maintained, carefully curated to look undisturbed while actually being very much lived in. I climbed the stairs, each step now deliberate and cautious. The bathroom medicine cabinet held the same prescription bottles I'd cataloged before, but the levels of pills inside had changed. The toothbrush that had been dry and forgotten now showed signs of recent use. In the bedroom, the bed was made with military precision, something my brother had never done in his entire adult life. But it was the kitchen that truly unsettled me. The refrigerator hummed quietly, its contents fresh and organized. Milk that shouldn't exist, bread without a trace of mold, vegetables crisp and green in the crisper drawer. The coffee maker's glass pot held the faint brown residue of a recent brew. On the counter, a single mug sat in the dish drainer, still slightly damp. I opened the trash can and found it empty except for a fresh liner. No accumulated debris, no evidence of the gradual abandonment I'd expected. Instead, everything suggested careful maintenance, as if someone had been living here all along, going to great lengths to make it appear otherwise. My hands trembled as I reached for my phone to call the police, but then I stopped. What would I tell them? That someone was keeping my missing brother's house clean, that the evidence of his voluntary departure was too perfect, too neat. They'd already closed the case. They'd assume I was a grieving sibling unable to accept the obvious truth. But as I stood there in that impossibly maintained kitchen, breathing air that smelled of recent occupation, I realized I had never really known my brother at all. The man I described to investigators, the broken soul who'd fled his responsibilities, was a character I'd constructed from fragments and assumptions. The real person remained a mystery, and his disappearance was beginning to feel less like an escape and more like something far more deliberate and disturbing. The house around me felt alive with secrets, each room holding its breath, waiting for me to uncover what I wasn't supposed to see. And in that moment, I understood that I wasn't investigating my brother's breakdown anymore. I was investigating mine. The walls seemed to pulse with hidden knowledge, and I couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere in this carefully maintained space, the truth was watching me, deciding whether I was ready to handle what I might find. The certainty I'd carried for months crumbled like old paper, leaving me standing in a stranger's home, wondering if I'd ever really known the man I'd called family. Or if he'd ever really left at all. Story 4. The faucet dripped twice, then paused, mirroring my own stuttered breath. The floorboards beneath my feet seemed to flex in a forgotten rhythm, a dance I wasn't part of. Every morning the same path, the same routine, except today the corridor stretched longer, the walls narrowed like a held breath. My hand found the banister, but it was slick, unfamiliar. A chill passed, not from a draft, but as if the air itself trembled. The clock in the hallway struck once, then again, the echo lingering a beat too long. And when I turned to leave, the door was already closed. I know now what I couldn't understand then. The house had been keeping secrets in its corners, collecting them like dust that settles where no one thinks to look. But I'm getting ahead of myself, or perhaps behind. Memory doesn't follow the rules we think it should. It doubles back, circles around, finds the same wound and presses against it until the pain becomes familiar, almost comforting. The suspicion started somewhere between the third cup of coffee and the sound of footsteps upstairs. Or maybe it was the way the mail had been sorted differently, letters arranged in a pattern that spoke of someone else's hands, someone else's logic. These things accumulate slowly, like sediment in still water. You don't notice until the clarity is gone, until you're looking up through murky layers, wondering when the light grew so dim. I found myself studying photographs that had hung on the same wall for months, maybe longer. Faces I thought I knew seemed to wear different expressions depending on the angle of afternoon light. A smile that had once appeared warm now looked calculated. Eyes that had seemed direct now appeared to be looking past me, toward something I couldn't see. But photographs lie, don't they? Or perhaps they tell too much truth, capturing moments we were never meant to freeze and examine. The kitchen window faced west, and every evening I would stand there watching the sun disappear behind the neighbor's fence. The ritual had become automatic until the evening I noticed the curtains in the house across the street moving in a pattern that seemed too deliberate for wind. A shadow would pass, pause, pass again, always at the same time, always in the same rhythm. I began timing my own movements to avoid that window, though I couldn't say why. Sleep became elusive, not because of noise, but because of its absence. The house had always settled at night, creaking and sighing as old houses do. But now it held its breath, waiting. I would lie in bed listening for sounds that didn't come, for footsteps that remained silent, for doors that refused to close completely. The silence pressed against my eardrums until I wondered if I was losing my hearing, or if the world had simply decided to withhold its usual symphony. The basement door had always stuck slightly, requiring an extra push to close properly. I had grown accustomed to the resistance, the way the wood would catch against the frame before giving way. But one morning it swung shut with perfect ease, as if someone had oiled the hinges while I slept. Small changes, barely noticeable, but they accumulated like evidence in a case I didn't understand I was building. I started keeping a journal, though I told myself it was for other reasons. Shopping lists became longer, more detailed. Appointments were written and rewritten in different ink, different handwriting that looked almost but not quite like my own. The pages filled with observations that seemed important at the time but made little sense when I read them back. Notes about the mailman's schedule, the pattern of car doors slamming in the distance, the way shadows fell across the kitchen table at different hours. The telephone rang at unusual times, calls that ended before I could answer. When I picked up quickly enough, I heard only breathing that might have been my own echo, or might have been someone listening as carefully as I was. The dial tone that followed seemed to last longer than it should, humming in frequencies that made my teeth ache. Memory plays tricks when you're looking for patterns. I began to remember conversations differently, words that had seemed innocent now carrying weight they hadn't before. A casual comment about my schedule became evidence of surveillance. A friendly inquiry about my habits transformed into interrogation. But memory is unreliable, especially when it's been handled too much, examined from every angle until the original shape is lost. The grocery store clerk started avoiding eye contact, or perhaps had always done so, and I was only now paying attention. The woman at the post office seemed to know which stamps I would choose before I asked. These interactions, once comfortable in their predictability, now felt choreographed, as if everyone was following a script I hadn't been given. I found myself retracing my steps, literally and figuratively, walking the same route multiple times, checking and rechecking locks that I knew were secure. The repetition became compulsive, necessary. Each circuit revealed new details I had missed before, or perhaps my mind was creating significance where none existed. The line between observation and paranoia blurred until I couldn't distinguish between them. The attic ladder had been pulled down, though I couldn't remember climbing up there recently. Dust patterns on the floor told stories I couldn't decipher, footprints that might have been mine overlapping with others that definitely weren't. Or perhaps they were all mine, made at different times in different states of mind, until even my own presence became questionable. Weather patterns seemed to align with my moods in ways that felt too convenient to be coincidental. Rain when I felt watched, sunshine when I managed moments of clarity. But correlation isn't causation, and I knew better than to assign meaning to meteorology. Still, the timing felt deliberate, as if someone else was orchestrating not just events but the atmosphere itself. The mailbox key stuck more often, requiring multiple attempts to open. Letters arrived already opened, or sealed so perfectly that the original tampering became invisible. Bills were paid that I didn't remember paying, appointments scheduled in handwriting that looked like mine but felt foreign. My own signature began to look unfamiliar, as if I was forging my own identity. Neighbors I had known for seasons suddenly seemed like strangers wearing familiar faces. Their greetings carried undertones I hadn't noticed before, questions disguised as pleasantries. The woman next door asked about my sister's visit, though I have no sister. The man across the street mentioned seeing my car in places I hadn't been. These conversations lingered in my mind, growing more significant with each replay. The house itself seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at it. Rooms felt smaller or larger depending on my state of mind. Furniture appeared to have been moved slightly, just enough to disrupt muscle memory, to make me question my own spatial awareness. The familiar became foreign, and the foreign became a new kind of familiar that I couldn't trust. I started photographing everything, creating my own evidence of how things should look. But photographs can be altered, and memory can be manipulated, and soon I was comparing images that might have been taken minutes or months apart, searching for differences that might have been there all along or might have been products of changing light, shifting perspective, deteriorating certainty. The investigation became internal, a case study of my own reliability as a witness. Each piece of evidence could be interpreted multiple ways, and each interpretation led to different conclusions about what was real and what was constructed by a mind too eager to find patterns, too afraid to accept randomness. The truth became not what happened, but how I perceived what happened, and whether that perception could be trusted. Sleep, when it came, brought dreams that felt more real than waking hours. Conversations with people I recognized but couldn't name, in places that seemed familiar but couldn't be located on any map. These dreams had the texture of memory, the weight of experience, until I wondered if I was remembering dreams or dreaming memories. The circle completed itself slowly, so gradually that I didn't notice until I was back where I started, standing in the same corridor, following the same routine, listening to the same sounds that might have been there all along. The faucet still dripped twice before pausing. The floorboard still flexed beneath my feet in that forgotten rhythm. But now I understood that the dance had always included me, that I had been part of the pattern without knowing it. The banister remained slick under my palm, but familiar now in its strangeness. The air still trembled, but I trembled with it, synchronized to frequencies I was only beginning to hear. The clock struck once, then again, and I counted the echo, measured its duration, accepted its irregularity as part of a larger composition I was still learning to read. And when I turned to leave, the door was already closed, just as it had been, just as it would be again tomorrow, and the next day, and all the days that followed in their endless, hypnotic repetition. The mystery wasn't in the closing of the door, but in my need to turn away, to leave, to break the pattern that had already included my departure as part of its design. The faucet dripped twice, then paused, and I found myself holding my breath in perfect synchronization, no longer fighting the rhythm but becoming part of it, part of the house's secret keeping. part of the evidence that would never be solved because I was both the investigator and the mystery, both the observer and the observed, both the question and the answer that would always remain just out of reach. Story 5. I had just placed the stone back down. Its cool surface had warmed in my palm, leaving a faint imprint on my skin that tingled slightly in the evening air. The familiar path felt peculiar, like an old coat too small in the shoulders. Each step was careful yet uncertain, as if the ground shifted ever so slightly beneath me. The wind carried a scent of earth, freshly disturbed, but my breathing remained shallow, tinged with an unfamiliar tension. It was then, in the stillness, that I realized the usual rustle of leaves had fallen silent. Something felt different, as if the air itself held its breath, waiting for something to happen. But perhaps it had always been waiting. Perhaps I had simply never noticed before she disappeared. The detective's words circle back to me now, the way water circles a drain. Slow at first, then faster, pulling everything down into darkness. He had asked about the stone, about why I kept returning to this place. I told him it helped me think, helped me remember. What I didn't tell him was how the remembering had become its own kind of torment, each detail sharp as broken glass against my thoughts. She used to walk this path with me. Her footsteps were lighter than mine, barely disturbing the fallen leaves. I can still hear the soft crunch of her shoes on autumn mornings, the way she would pause to examine interesting rocks or unusual tree bark. She collected things, small treasures that meant nothing to anyone else but held entire worlds for her. A blue bottle cap, a feather from a bird she couldn't identify. That stone, the one that now sits heavy in my pocket again. The first time I noticed something wrong, she was standing exactly where I stand now. Her back was to me, shoulders rigid with an attention I had never seen before. When I called her name, she turned slowly, as if emerging from deep water. Her eyes held a question I couldn't answer, a fear I didn't understand. She was holding the stone then too, rolling it between her fingers the way she did when she was nervous. I should have asked her what she was thinking about. I should have pressed when she said it was nothing, just a feeling. Instead, I let her silence settle between us like dust on an unused shelf. Now that silence has weight, substance. It follows me through these woods, whispers in the spaces between my heartbeats. The police found her car 3 miles from here, keys still in the ignition, driver's door ajar. No signs of struggle, they said, no indication of foul play. People don't just vanish, I wanted to tell them, but the words felt hollow even in my own mouth. Because sometimes they do. Sometimes they step off the edge of the world and leave only questions behind. I've walked every inch of these woods. I know where the old logging road curves toward the creek, where the deer paths branch and reconnect, where the ground stays soft even after dry spells. I've looked behind every fallen log, under every overhang of rock. I've called her name until my voice gave out, until the echo sounded foreign and desperate. The stone feels warm again in my hand. I don't remember taking it from my pocket, but here it is, familiar weight against my palm. She found it near the creek, she told me once. Said it looked like it had been waiting for her, smooth and dark among the rough river rocks. She laughed when she said it, but there was something in her voice, something that made me look at her twice. That detective keeps calling. He wants to know if I've remembered anything new, any detail that might help. What I can't explain to him is that I remember everything and nothing. I remember the exact shade of her lipstick that last morning, the way she hummed while making coffee, the particular tilt of her head when she was listening to something I couldn't hear, but I can't remember what she was listening for. The woods have changed since she's been gone. The shadows fall differently, the birds call with different voices, or maybe I'm the one who's changed. Maybe grief rewrites the landscape, makes familiar places foreign. The path beneath my feet feels uncertain now, as if it might lead somewhere I've never been, somewhere I'm not sure I want to go. I think about that morning often, how she stood at the kitchen window longer than usual, coffee growing cold in her hands, how she asked me if I believed in premonitions, in knowing things before they happen. I laughed and said she'd been watching too many mystery shows. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. She set down her coffee and kissed my cheek, her lips cool and soft. Then she was gone. The detective thinks I know more than I'm telling him. I can see it in the way he watches me, the careful spacing of his questions. He's not wrong exactly. I do know things I can't explain, can't put into words that make sense. I know the sound the wind makes through these particular trees on nights when sleep won't come. I know the exact spot where she always paused to retie her shoelaces, even though they were never really loose. I know the weight of absence, how it settles in your chest like water in your lungs. Sometimes I think I see her, a flash of movement in my peripheral vision, the suggestion of a familiar silhouette against the tree line. But when I turn, there's only empty air and the patient watching of the woods. The rational part of my mind says it's grief playing tricks, memory superimposed on landscape. The other part, the part that grows stronger each time I return here, wonders if she's trying to tell me something. The stone has grown warm again. I roll it between my fingers the way she used to, searching for answers in its smooth surface. It tells me nothing and everything. It speaks in a language I'm only beginning to understand, a vocabulary of loss and longing and questions that have no answers. Her sister came by last week. She wanted to know if I was taking care of myself, if I was seeing anyone, if I was ready to move on. Move on. As if grief were a location you could leave behind, a house you could simply walk away from. I told her I was fine, that I was healing, that time was helping. All lies but comfortable ones. The truth is that I don't want to move on. Moving on feels like betrayal, like abandoning her to whatever darkness took her. The police have other cases now, fresher mysteries that haven't had time to grow cold. Her disappearance has been filed away, categorized, forgotten by everyone except me. I understand their logic. Without evidence, without leads, there's only so much they can do. But understanding doesn't make it easier. It doesn't fill the space she left behind or answer the questions that multiply like shadows at dusk. I've started coming here at different times, hoping to see what she saw, to understand what drew her back to this place again and again. Dawn brings a different quality of light, softer and more forgiving. Midday is harsh, revealing, showing every broken branch and disturbed patch of earth. But evening is when the woods come alive with possibilities. When shadows lengthen and sounds carry further and the boundary between what is and what might be grows thin. The stone fits perfectly in the hollow of my palm, as if it were made for holding, for carrying, for keeping close. I wonder if she felt this same connection, this sense of the stone as anchor and compass both. I wonder if she knew somehow that I would need it after she was gone, that I would need something solid to hold on to when everything else felt like shifting sand. Her coffee cup still sits on the kitchen counter. I haven't moved it, haven't washed it, haven't acknowledged the ring of dried coffee at the bottom. It's become a shrine of sorts, a marker of the last normal moment before everything changed. Sometimes I catch myself setting out 2 cups in the morning, muscle memory stronger than logic. The second cup sits empty, growing cold, a daily reminder of absence. The detective asked me about our relationship, about whether we were happy, whether there had been any problems. I told him we were fine, that she seemed content, that there were no warning signs. But contentment isn't the same as happiness, is it? And what looks like absence of warning signs might simply be failure to recognize them. I've replayed our last conversations so many times they've lost their original meaning, become worn smooth like stones in a stream. I think she was trying to prepare me for something. The way she organized her papers, labeled photographs, cleaned out closets with sudden urgency. At the time I thought she was just being efficient, maybe planning for spring cleaning or a move we'd talked about but never seriously considered. Now I wonder if she knew something I didn't, if she was trying to make things easier for whoever came after. The woods are darkening around me. The path home winds through familiar territory, but even familiar places can become foreign in the right light or wrong light. I've learned not to trust my perceptions completely, not to assume that what I see is what's really there. Grief distorts things, bends reality like heat waves rising from summer pavement. The stone pulses warm against my palm, or maybe that's just my imagination, my need for connection manifesting as sensation. I've carried it with me for weeks now, this last gift from her to me, this fragment of something larger that I can't quite grasp. It's become a talisman, a worry stone, a prayer bead in a religion I don't understand but find myself practicing nonetheless. Her scent still clings to the pillows, faint but unmistakable. I've stopped washing the sheets, afraid of losing even that tenuous connection. The rational part of my mind knows this isn't healthy, knows I'm building a shrine to absence, but rational thought feels like luxury I can't afford right now. Right now, I need the comfort of ritual, the structure of routine, the solid weight of the stone in my pocket. The detective's card sits on my desk, edges worn from handling. I've called the number more times than I care to admit, always hanging up before anyone answers. What would I say? That I dream about her nightly, that she seems to be trying to tell me something I can't quite hear. That the woods feel different now, charged with possibility and dread in equal measure. That I'm losing the ability to distinguish between memory and hope. I place the stone back down, here where she found it, here where everything began or ended or both. Its surface has cooled in the evening air, but my palm still tingles with phantom warmth. The familiar path stretches before me, peculiar in its ordinariness, each step careful yet uncertain. The ground shifts ever so slightly beneath me, or maybe I'm the one shifting, changing, becoming someone I don't recognize. The wind carries that same scent of earth, freshly disturbed, and my breathing remains shallow, tinged with tension that has become as familiar as heartbeat. In the stillness, the usual rustle of leaves falls silent. Something feels different, as if the air itself holds its breath, still waiting for something to happen. Or maybe I realize as darkness settles around me like a familiar coat, it already has. Story 6. I stood at the edge of the room, eyes fixed on the curtain that swayed ever so slightly against the still air. The room was quiet, yet I could feel an undercurrent of something hidden, like a breath held too long. Each tick of a distant, unseen clock seemed to stretch the fabric of time itself. Shadows loomed across the walls, shifting just out of sight, but never enough to reveal their secrets. My gaze lingered on the floor where a patch of light had danced moments before. I waited, pulse quickening, for a sign, a reason to move. It wasn't until I noticed the absence of a familiar draft, a breeze I couldn't recall shutting out, that I realized the window had been opened all along. The window, always the window. I circle back to it now because that's where it all began, though I couldn't have known it then. The glass pane had been my anchor, my constant companion during those long afternoons when the house felt too large and too empty. I would press my forehead against its coolness and watch the street below, counting cars, cataloging the movements of neighbors I'd never spoken to. But something had shifted. The routine had been disturbed by the smallest of changes, and once you notice the first crack in the pattern, you can't stop seeing all the others. She used to close that window before leaving for work. Every morning, without fail, I'd hear the gentle thud of the frame settling into place, followed by the click of the latch. It was as reliable as sunrise, as predictable as my own breathing. But that morning, the morning when everything began to unravel, the sound never came. I waited, listening from the kitchen where I stood stirring coffee that had already grown cold. The silence stretched on, and with it came a peculiar weight in my chest, as if the air itself had thickened. I told myself it meant nothing. People forget things, routines break down. Life isn't a clockwork mechanism, despite how desperately we want it to be. Yet my feet carried me to that room anyway, drawn by an impulse I couldn't name. The curtain was moving then, just as it moves now, responding to currents of air that shouldn't exist in a sealed space. I reached for the window frame and found it unlocked, slightly ajar, letting in the morning breeze along with something else, a feeling of exposure, of vulnerability that made my skin prickle. The phone call came 3 days later. Her voice on the other end of the line sounded different, smaller somehow, as if she were speaking from a great distance. She apologized for not calling sooner, explained that she'd been busy, that work had been overwhelming. Normal words, reasonable explanations, yet something in her tone felt rehearsed. I found myself studying each pause, each inflection, searching for clues to a puzzle I wasn't even sure existed. She mentioned the weather, how unpredictable it had been lately. Strong winds, she said, strong enough to rattle windows and doors. I almost told her about the window then, about how I'd found it open when it should have been closed, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I made agreeable sounds and pretended to listen as she talked about her days, her colleagues, her plans for the weekend. But my mind kept drifting back to that morning, to the absence of the familiar sound, to the curtain dancing in impossible air. After she hung up, I walked through the house room by room, checking every window, every door, every possible entry point. Everything was secure, exactly as it should be, yet the feeling of intrusion persisted. I began to notice other small discrepancies. A book moved slightly on its shelf, a chair angled differently than I remembered, the faint scent of unfamiliar soap lingering in the bathroom. Each discovery felt both significant and meaningless, like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle that might not even belong to the same picture. The photographs were what convinced me I wasn't imagining things. I'd been going through old albums, trying to distract myself from the growing unease, when I came across pictures from the previous summer. There she was, smiling at the camera, but something about her expression seemed forced, theatrical. I studied her eyes, looking for signs of the warmth I remembered, but found only a careful blankness, as if she were performing the role of happiness rather than feeling it. I began to examine other photos with the same intensity, working backward through months and seasons, searching for the moment when that genuine spark had disappeared. The deeper I went, the more convinced I became that there had been signs all along, subtle shifts in posture and expression that I'd been too trusting to recognize. Or perhaps I'd seen them but chosen to look away, to preserve the comfortable fiction that everything was exactly as it appeared. Sleep became elusive. I would lie awake listening to the house settle around me, cataloging every creak and whisper, every sound that might indicate an unwelcome presence. The window in that room became a focal point of my anxiety. I would check it multiple times each night, ensuring it was properly closed and locked, yet somehow I always found reasons to doubt my own actions. Had I really secured the latch? Was that shadow in the corner different from before? The questions multiplied like cells dividing, each spawning new uncertainties. I started keeping a journal, documenting every anomaly, every deviation from the expected pattern. The entries began simply enough: window found open, phone call at unusual time, strange smell in hallway, but gradually became more detailed, more obsessive. I recorded the exact position of objects, the precise timing of sounds, the specific quality of light at different hours. The notebook filled quickly, becoming a testament to my growing conviction that someone was orchestrating these disturbances, manipulating my environment with surgical precision. But who and why? The rational part of my mind insisted there had to be a logical explanation. Perhaps I was the one moving things, forgetting in the haze of sleepless nights and mounting paranoia. Perhaps the stress of her absence was manifesting in ways I couldn't recognize. Yet the evidence continued to accumulate, each incident more unsettling than the last. The key appeared on a Tuesday. I found it on the kitchen counter, small and brass, unlike any key I recognized. It wasn't there when I'd made breakfast, I was certain of that, yet there it sat beside the coffee maker as if it had always belonged. I picked it up, feeling its weight, examining its unfamiliar teeth and worn edges. Somewhere in the house, there was a lock this key would open, but I had no idea where to look. I tried every door, every drawer, every cabinet, but nothing yielded. The key seemed to mock me with its purposelessness, its refusal to reveal its function. I placed it in a small dish by the phone, where I could see it throughout the day, a constant reminder of how little I understood about my own home, my own life. Her next call came while I was staring at that key. She sounded more relaxed this time, almost cheerful, and spoke at length about a colleague who'd been helping her with a difficult project. The way she said his name with a slight emphasis, a barely perceptible warmth, made something cold settle in my stomach. I asked casual questions, trying to learn more without seeming intrusive, but she deflected with practiced ease, steering the conversation towards safer topics. After we hung up, I sat in the growing darkness, the key glinting in the lamplight like a small accusation. The pieces were starting to form a pattern, though I wasn't sure I wanted to see it clearly. The open window, the changed routines, the mysterious key, the colleague whose name she spoke with such careful affection, it all pointed toward a truth I'd been desperately trying to avoid. I began to research him, this colleague whose existence had suddenly become so important. Through social media and professional networks, I constructed a picture of someone charming and successful, someone who worked closely with her on projects that seemed to require long hours and frequent collaboration. In the photos I found, he had the kind of easy confidence that I'd once possessed but had somehow lost along the way. The investigation consumed me. I mapped out their professional relationship, tracked their public interactions, analyzed every comment and connection for signs of something deeper. The evidence was circumstantial but compelling: too many shared interests, too many convenient coincidences, too many opportunities for the kind of intimacy that grows slowly in office spaces and conference rooms. I confronted her during her next call, though confronted is perhaps too strong a word. I mentioned him casually, dropped his name into conversation like a stone into still water, then watched the ripples spread through her response. The pause was too long, her laugh too bright, her explanation too detailed. She was trying too hard to sound natural, and in doing so, revealed everything I'd feared to know. The argument that followed was conducted in careful, measured tones, each of us trying to maintain the pretense of civilized discussion even as we dismantled everything we'd built together. She denied everything, of course, claimed I was imagining things, seeing patterns where none existed. But I could hear the guilt in her voice, the relief of someone finally caught after months of careful deception. She didn't come home that night or the next. The house felt different without her, larger and smaller simultaneously, as if the walls had shifted to accommodate the absence. I found myself returning again and again to that room, to the window that had started it all, trying to understand what I'd missed, what signs I'd failed to recognize. The key still sat by the phone, its purpose still unknown. I'd given up trying to find its lock, accepting it as another mystery in a situation full of them. Perhaps it had never been meant for anything in this house. Perhaps it was simply a message, a symbol of all the doors that had been closed to me without my knowledge. She came for her things while I was out, taking only what she needed, leaving behind the larger furniture and shared possessions that would have been too difficult to divide. I found a note on the kitchen counter, brief and apologetic, explaining nothing and everything. She was sorry, she wrote. She hadn't meant for it to happen this way. She hoped I would understand, given time. The house echoed with her absence. Every room contained reminders of our shared life, artifacts of a relationship that had ended not with dramatic confrontation, but with quiet dissolution, like sugar stirring into water until it simply disappeared. I moved through the spaces we'd once occupied together, trying to remember what it had felt like before suspicion had poisoned every interaction. I still check the window each morning, though I'm no longer sure why. The routine has become automatic, a ritual without meaning, performed more from habit than necessity. Sometimes I find it open, sometimes closed, and I can no longer tell whether the variations represent genuine intrusions or simply the natural inconsistencies of a mind learning to live alone. The key disappeared eventually, vanishing as mysteriously as it had appeared. I noticed its absence only gradually, the way you might notice the end of a sound you'd grown accustomed to hearing. The small dish by the phone looked empty without it, purposeless, like so many things in the house that had once held meaning. I've started sleeping better, though my dreams are often strange and fragmented, filled with images of windows and keys and faces I almost but don't quite recognize. During the day, I find myself less inclined to search for hidden meanings in everyday occurrences. A moved object is just a moved object. An unexpected sound is just a sound. The world has returned to being merely itself, without the weight of constant interpretation. Yet sometimes, in the late afternoon when the light falls at just the right angle, I catch myself studying the curtain in that room, watching for movement that might indicate something more than simple air currents. The rational part of my mind knows better now, understands that I was the architect of my own paranoia, constructing elaborate theories from insufficient evidence. But old habits die hard, and suspicion, once awakened, never fully sleeps. I stood at the edge of the room again this morning, drawn by the same inexplicable pull that had brought me here so many times before. The curtain swayed in its familiar dance, responding to currents I could neither see nor fully understand. The window was closed, I was certain of that, yet the fabric moved with the same gentle rhythm that had first captured my attention all those months ago. I waited, pulse quickening with remembered anxiety, for some sign or revelation that never came. The only sound was the distant ticking of a clock I'd never been able to locate, marking time that seemed to stretch and compress like the fabric of the curtain itself. And in that moment of perfect stillness, I realized that the mystery had never been about the window at all, but about the spaces between certainty and doubt, between what we see and what we choose to believe. Story 7. It smelled like lavender, sweet and sharp, as if someone had scattered dried petals in the attic's corners. The aroma drifted through the air, tugging at a place in my mind that resisted clarity. I stood at the threshold, feeling the worn wood beneath my feet, and inhaled again, trying to pin down where such a fragrance could possibly originate. The attic was bare, walls lined with nothing but the dust of neglect. As I stepped forward, the scent intensified, entwining with something acrid, like smoke that had long since faded from memory. Each breath brought a flicker of something I couldn't quite grasp, an image of a locked drawer, its contents long forgotten. I hadn't noticed the lavender since that night, but now it was everywhere. The floorboard creaks beneath my weight, the same creak, I think, or perhaps every old house makes this sound when you disturb its silence. My fingers trace the rough edge of the door frame, and I wonder if she touched this same spot, if her fingertips left some invisible mark that draws me back here again and again. I remember sitting across from the detective. His coffee had gone cold while he shuffled through photographs, each one revealing nothing and everything at once. The images blurred together in my mind: a kitchen table set for two, a garden gate left ajar, a bedroom window that faced the woods. He kept asking about the timeline, as if time moved in straight lines when everything was falling apart. "You were the last person to see her," he said, "but was I? Memory feels unreliable now, like trying to hold water in cupped hands." The lavender grows stronger near the far wall. I press my palm against the plaster, feeling for warmth, for some evidence of life that once moved through these spaces. The wall is cold, but underneath my touch I sense something else. A vibration, maybe, or just my pulse echoing back at me. She had always worn that perfume, not lavender, something floral, but different. Jasmine, perhaps, or gardenia, I can't recall now, though I once knew it as well as my own breathing. The scent would linger in rooms after she left, a ghost of presence that made absence feel heavier somehow. The case file sits on my kitchen table, corners worn from handling. Page after page of witness statements that contradict each other in small but significant ways. One neighbor swears the porch light was on. Another insists it was dark. The mailman remembers seeing her car in the driveway, but the mechanic has records showing it was in the shop that entire week. I flipped through the pages, searching for something I might have missed, a detail that would make everything else fall into place. But the more I read, the more the facts seemed to shift and blur, like looking at something through water. She seemed distracted lately, her sister had told the police, like she was carrying some secret that was too heavy for her. But when I spoke with the sister myself, months later, her story had changed. She was happy, she insisted, eyes avoiding mine. Happier than she'd been in years. That's what made it so strange. The attic holds its breath around me. Dust motes dance in the weak light filtering through a grimy window. I move toward that window, drawn by some instinct I can't name. The glass is thick with grime, but I can make out the shape of the garden below. Overgrown now, wild with neglect, but I remember when it was carefully tended, each plant in its designated place. She had kept a journal, The police found it in her bedroom, pages filled with ordinary observations about weather and grocery lists and television shows. Nothing that suggested trouble, nothing that hinted at the darkness that must have been gathering around her. But there were gaps, days missing from the record, as if she had deliberately avoided putting certain experiences into words. The detective called them insignificant lapses. I called them screams of silence. My reflection stares back from the dirty window, superimposed over the garden below. For a moment I see two faces, mine and hers, overlapping in the glass. Then I blink, and there's only me, looking older than I remember, marked by months of questions that have no answers. The drawer had been locked, they told me. The small one in her writing desk, the kind where people keep love letters or important documents. When they finally forced it open, they found it empty except for a single pressed flower. Lavender, dried and brittle between sheets of tissue paper. I had never seen her pick lavender, never seen her press flowers or keep sentimental tokens. She was practical, unsentimental about such things. Dead flowers are just dead, she used to say when I brought her bouquets. I prefer them alive. So why the lavender, and why locked away like a secret? The scent seems to follow me as I move through the attic. I check the corners, looking for sachets or potpourri, some logical source for the fragrance. But there's nothing, just bare wood and accumulated dust and the persistent smell of something that shouldn't be there. I remember the last conversation we had, standing in her kitchen while she made tea, steam rising from the kettle like small ghosts. She was telling me about a book she'd been reading, something about parallel lives and the choices that define us. "Do you ever wonder," she had asked, stirring honey into her cup, "what would happen if we could go back and change just one thing, just one small decision that seemed unimportant at the time?" I had laughed, called her philosophical, but now I replay those words, searching for hidden meaning, for some clue I was too distracted to catch. The investigation stalled after 6 months. No evidence of foul play, the detective explained. No signs of struggle. No indication that she hadn't left of her own accord, but her bank account remained untouched. Her passport never moved from the drawer where she kept it. Her car was found at the bus station, keys still in the ignition, but no one remembered seeing her board any bus. People disappear, the detective said, closing the file. Sometimes they just need to become someone else. But I knew her, knew the way she organized her spice rack alphabetically, the way she paid bills 2 weeks early, the way she never left dishes in the sink overnight. She wasn't the type to vanish into uncertainty. She was the type to plan, to prepare, to leave forwarding addresses and detailed instructions for the care of her plants. The plants had all died while she was gone. I had found them weeks later, brown and brittle in their pots, as if they had given up waiting for her return. I kneel on the attic floor, running my hands across the boards. Some are newer than others, the wood a slightly different shade. Repairs made over the years or renovations that left their mark. My fingers catch on a loose nail, and I work it free, studying the small hole it leaves behind. Evidence of something that was once there but is no longer, like everything else in this case. Her neighbor had seen a man in her yard one evening, tall, wearing a dark coat, standing near the garden gate. But when pressed for details, the neighbor's description became vague, uncertain. Maybe not tall, maybe not a man, maybe not her yard at all, but the one next door. Memory, I've learned, is not a recording, but a reconstruction. Each time we remember something, we change it slightly, adding new details or losing old ones. The truth becomes layered over with interpretation, assumption, desire. What I remember of her might not be who she actually was. What I remember of our last conversation might not be what was actually said. What I remember of that night might be colored by everything that came after. The lavender scent grows fainter as I move away from the wall. I return to it, pressing my face close to the plaster, breathing deeply. There's something else underneath the floral sweetness, something metallic and cold like the taste of fear in your mouth. I had dreams about her for months after she disappeared. Always the same scenario. I would find her in places she had never been, doing things she would never do. In one recurring dream, she was working in a flower shop, arranging bouquets of lavender and baby's breath. When I called her name, she would turn, but her face would be different somehow. Still her, but not her. A version of herself that had made different choices, lived a different life. "You're looking for someone who doesn't exist," she would say in these dreams. "You're looking for someone who never was." The case file contains a photograph of her bedroom, taken the day after she was reported missing. Everything appears normal, undisturbed. The bed is made with military precision. Books are arranged by height on the nightstand. Even her jewelry box is organized, each piece in its designated compartment. But there's something wrong with the picture that I can't quite identify. Some detail that doesn't fit, some absence that feels like presence. I've stared at this photograph for hours, studying every visible object, but the wrongness remains just out of reach. Maybe it's not what's in the picture, but what's missing from it. Some small thing that should be there but isn't. Some piece of her daily routine that has been carefully erased. The attic window rattles in its frame, stirred by wind I can't feel. Outside, clouds move across the sun, changing the quality of light in the room. Shadows shift and reform, creating new shapes, new possibilities for interpretation. I think about parallel lives, about the conversation we had in her kitchen. What if she had found a way to step sideways into another version of herself? What if disappearance wasn't about leaving, but about becoming? The pressed lavender in her drawer takes on new significance. Not a memento, but a map. Not a memory, but a destination. But these are the thoughts of someone who has spent too much time looking for answers that might not exist. Someone who has confused investigation with obsession, who has lost the ability to distinguish between evidence and wishful thinking. The detective was probably right. People disappear. They reinvent themselves, shed old identities like snakes shed skin. They walk away from lives that no longer fit, leaving behind only questions and the persistent scent of lavender in empty rooms. I stand to leave, but the fragrance holds me for another moment, sweet and sharp, familiar and strange, a reminder of something I almost understood but never quite grasped. A truth that exists in the space between memory and imagination, between what was and what might have been. The floorboard creaks as I step toward the door, the same creak or a different one. In houses like this, every movement echoes with the weight of all the movements that came before. Every step is both first and last, both arrival and departure. The lavender follows me down the stairs, fading gradually until it's just a whisper in the air, a question mark hanging in the silence. By the time I reach the front door, it's gone entirely, leaving only the ordinary smells of dust and age and abandonment. But I know it will be there when I return, because I will return. Tomorrow or next week or next month, drawn back by the promise of understanding, by the hope that this time I'll find the missing piece that makes everything else make sense. The case file waits on my kitchen table. The photographs wait in their manila envelope. The questions wait in the spaces between what I know and what I remember, between what happened and what I wished had happened. And somewhere in a place I can't reach or name or find, she waits too. Not the person she was, but the person she became when she stepped through the door of possibility and closed it behind her, leaving only the scent of lavender and the echo of choices that can never be unmade. The truth, I think, is not something to be discovered, but something to be accepted. Not a destination, but a journey. Not an answer, but a better question. What if we could go back and change just one thing? What if we already have Story 8? It wasn't unusual for the records to have gaps. I sorted through them each morning, eyes skimming over dates and entries, some missing, some present. The office was quiet, just the hum of the air conditioning and the occasional rustle of paper under my fingers. Numbers lined up neatly, but they didn't always add up, though I never stopped to question why. An empty file slipped between two folders didn't seem out of place, the absence as much a part of the routine as the coffee break I took at 10. As I closed the drawer, I noticed the lock was loose. I left it that way. The understanding came slowly, like water seeping through a foundation. Something had shifted in the careful order of my world, though I couldn't name the moment it began. Perhaps it was the way the supervisor's chair remained empty 3 mornings in a row, or how the cleaning staff stopped emptying certain waste baskets. I found myself listening for footsteps that never came, watching for shadows that fell differently across the frosted glass of the corner office. I remember the smell of burnt coffee lingering too long in the break room. Someone had left the pot on, the dark liquid reduced to a bitter film at the bottom. The cup beside it still held warmth when I touched the ceramic rim. Steam had fogged the small window above the sink, and through it the parking lot looked distorted, like shapes moving underwater. I wiped the glass clean with my sleeve, but the clarity only made the emptiness more pronounced. The files became my compass through those strange weeks. Each folder held its own weight, its own story written in margins and highlighted sections. But certain documents felt lighter than they should have, as if pages had been carefully extracted. I would hold them up to the fluorescent lights, searching for impressions left by missing content, the ghost marks of words that once pressed into the paper beneath. My colleague from the adjacent cubicle began arriving later each morning. Her desk accumulated small changes, a different pen holder, family photos turned face down, a plant that slowly withered despite the automatic sprinkler system that misted the office greenery. When I asked about her weekend, she would pause too long before answering, her eyes focusing on something beyond my shoulder. The elevator developed a habit of stopping at floors where no one had pressed the button. I would stand in the fluorescent glow, watching the numbers climb past my destination, then descend again. The mechanical voice announced floors in its usual monotone, but the doors would open to reveal empty hallways, the carpet bearing the impressions of furniture that was no longer there. I started keeping my own records, noting the small inconsistencies that accumulated like dust in corners. The way certain phone extensions rang without anyone answering, how the supply closet gradually emptied without requisition forms being filed, the subtle rearrangement of chairs in the conference room, as if meetings had taken place that never appeared on the official calendar. The supervisor's office door remained unlocked, though protocol required it to be secured each evening. I would pass by and glimpse the desk through the gap, papers still scattered across its surface, a half-eaten sandwich growing stale under plastic wrap. The computer screen glowed with a screensaver that cycled through company photos from years past, faces smiling at events I couldn't place. Sleep became elusive, filled with the phantom sounds of keyboards clicking in empty buildings. I would wake with the taste of office coffee on my tongue and the feeling that I had been sorting files in my dreams. The boundary between the workspace and rest blurred until I found myself checking locks on my apartment door with the same methodical attention I gave to filing cabinets. The parking garage echoed differently in those weeks. My footsteps seemed to multiply, creating a rhythm that didn't match my pace. Cars sat in assigned spaces long after their owners should have driven home. I began recognizing which vehicles never moved, their windshields accumulating layers of dust and fallen leaves from the trees that lined the building's perimeter. Questions formed slowly in my mind, each one spawning others that branched and twisted like roots seeking water. Why did the security guard nod at me with such knowing familiarity? When had the motivational posters in the lobby been replaced with blank frames? How long had that particular filing cabinet been missing from the records room? I found myself retracing steps through hallways that seemed to stretch longer than before. The carpet pattern, once familiar, began to reveal shapes that suggested movement even in stillness. Geometric designs flowed into one another, creating pathways that led my eyes in circles, always returning to the same central point where understanding should have resided. The break room conversations grew quieter, voices dropping to whispers that stopped when I approached. Fragments of sentences hung in the air like smoke, references to schedules that had changed, to procedures that were being modified, to someone who had been asking questions. I poured my coffee and pretended not to notice how the cream swirled in patterns that reminded me of things I couldn't name. My desk drawer began to stick, the metal runners grinding against accumulated debris that hadn't been there before. Inside, my personal items seemed to have shifted slightly, as if someone had cataloged them and replaced them in approximately the same positions. The pen I always kept in the right corner now rested near the center. My spare reading glasses faced the opposite direction. The building's climate control developed inconsistencies. Certain areas grew uncomfortably warm while others maintained an artificial chill that made me pull my sweater closer. I mapped these temperature zones in my mind, noting how they corresponded to sections of the office that had grown quieter, where fewer people seemed to work. Lunch hours stretched into extended absences. I would sit in the small park across from the building, watching windows that should have shown movement but remained still as paintings. The sandwich I brought tasted like cardboard, though I had prepared it with the same ingredients as always. Even the pigeons that usually begged for crumbs kept their distance, as if sensing something that escaped my conscious awareness. The files multiplied in my dreams, endless rows of manila folders that opened to reveal blank pages. I would search through them methodically, looking for the missing pieces that would complete the picture I was assembling. But each folder I opened contained only the shadow of information, the outline of knowledge that dissolved when I tried to grasp it. Phone calls began arriving for people who no longer seemed to work in the building. I would transfer them to extensions that rang endlessly, the electronic pulse echoing through empty offices like a heartbeat in an abandoned chest. The callers never left messages, just hung up after listening to the endless ringing that never found an answer. My reflection in the elevator's polished walls began to look unfamiliar, as if the fluorescent lighting had changed the planes of my face. I would catch glimpses of myself in the corner of my vision and feel a moment of disconnection, wondering when I had started to look so tired, so uncertain about things that should have been simple to understand. The security cameras tracked movement through the building with mechanical precision, their lenses following patterns of occupancy that I couldn't see. I found myself walking different routes between my desk and the copy machine, testing whether the cameras would adjust their focus, whether someone in a distant room was watching the feeds and wondering about my changed behavior. Evening departures became exercises in careful observation. I noted which cars remained in the parking garage, which offices still glowed with light well past normal hours. The building's skeleton crew moved through their routines with practiced efficiency, but I sensed they were maintaining something that was slowly emptying itself, like caretakers in a house whose occupants had begun an extended journey. The loose lock on the filing cabinet became my focal point, the small mechanical failure that seemed to represent everything I couldn't quite grasp. Each morning I would test it, feeling the metal give way under gentle pressure, knowing I should report it for repair, but finding myself reluctant to disturb the small disorder it represented. Documents began appearing in my inbox without accompanying memos explaining their purpose. Forms requesting information I didn't possess, reports referencing projects I had never heard discussed. I would study them carefully, searching for clues about their origin, but the letterhead was familiar and the signatures looked authentic, even though I couldn't match them to any names I recognized. The office coffee began tasting different, though the brand remained the same. It carried a metallic undertone that lingered on my tongue and made me think of old pennies or keys that had been handled too much. I switched to bringing tea from home, but even that seemed affected by the building's atmosphere, as if the very air had acquired a quality that changed everything it touched. My cubicle neighbor's departure happened so gradually that I couldn't pinpoint when I realized she was gone. Her desk remained arranged as if she might return at any moment, but dust began to accumulate on her keyboard, and her chair gradually sank under its own weight. The photos she had turned face down remained that way, hiding smiles from events that felt increasingly distant. The pattern emerged slowly, like a photograph developing in chemical solution. Absences that weren't announced, changes that weren't explained, a systematic emptying that proceeded according to logic I couldn't decipher. I became a witness to a process that was either entirely normal or completely unprecedented, depending on a perspective I didn't possess. The building's sounds changed as occupancy decreased. Conversations that once provided a comfortable background hum grew sparse and intermittent. The elevator traveled longer distances without stopping, its mechanical voice announcing floors to empty cars. Even the phones rang less frequently, as if the outside world was gradually losing track of the numbers that connected to our diminishing population. I started staying later, partly from curiosity and partly from a reluctance to leave the mystery unsolved. The cleaning crew worked around me with professional indifference, their vacuum cleaners following the same routes through spaces that held fewer and fewer people. They emptied trash cans that contained less waste, watered plants in offices where no one sat to appreciate their growth. The supervisor's office door stood open now, no longer even pretending to maintain security. The desk had been cleared except for a single folder that remained centered on the leather blotter. I never approached close enough to read its label, but I could see it from the hallway, a small rectangle of manila that seemed to pulse with significance in the late afternoon light. My own work continued with mechanical precision, though I began to question whether anyone reviewed the reports I filed or noticed the analyses I completed. The steady rhythm of data entry and form processing became meditative, a way of maintaining normalcy in an environment that was quietly transforming around me. The parking garage grew more cavernous as cars disappeared one by one. My footsteps echoed against concrete walls that seemed to expand to accommodate the emptiness. The security guard's booth remained staffed, but I noticed the monitors showed more and more vacant corridors, empty rooms where cameras dutifully recorded the absence of activity. Understanding approached like dawn breaking over a landscape that had changed during the night. The gaps in the records weren't anomalies, but evidence of a process that had been unfolding long before I became aware of it. The missing files, the empty offices, the loose lock that I never reported, all pieces of a larger pattern that was completing itself around me. The final morning arrived without announcement, distinguished only by the quality of silence that filled the building. I sorted through records as always, eyes skimming over dates and entries, but now the gaps seemed to tell their own story. The office hummed with the same mechanical breath, but the air felt thinner, as if the building was holding its breath. I opened the filing cabinet drawer and found it nearly empty, just a few folders scattered across the bottom like leaves after a wind. The lock was still loose, the metal mechanism worn smooth by countless openings and closings. As I tested it one final time, feeling the familiar give of broken springs, I realized that some gaps in the records were meant to remain unfilled, that absence could be as meaningful as presence. The understanding settled over me like dust on an unused desk. I had been sorting through the evidence of my own disappearance, cataloging the slow erasure that was claiming everyone in the building. The loose lock wasn't a mechanical failure but an invitation, a small door left open in the careful architecture of forgetting. I closed the drawer gently, leaving the lock the way I found it. The metal clicked softly against metal, a sound like a key turning in a door that would never open again. Outside, the parking lot stretched empty under fluorescent lights that would continue burning long after the last car had found its way home. Story 9. The blinds were drawn tightly, permitting no outside observation. The desk was arranged meticulously, with papers squared and aligned to the edges. A chair was overturned, but no scuff marks disrupted the polished floor. A single coffee cup sat on the table, untouched yet emitting steam. The room maintained a steady temperature, unaffected by external conditions. The curtains remained undisturbed. However, footprints led to the window, which had not been opened. A notebook lay open to an empty page. A calendar hung on the wall, one day unmarked. I remember thinking the coffee was too perfect. Steam rising in thin spirals like someone had just poured it, just walked away for a moment. But the cup was cold when I touched it later. Or maybe that was another cup, another room. Memory becomes unreliable when you spend too much time looking at things that don't make sense. The footprints bothered me most, not because they were there, but because of how they stopped. Clean impressions in the dust that had settled despite the room's apparent order. Size 8, maybe 9. The tread pattern suggested expensive shoes, the kind with leather soles that whisper against marble floors. She used to arrange her papers that way, edges aligned, corners touching, obsessive precision that made me uncomfortable even when we were close. I would deliberately shift things slightly just to see her reaction. The way her fingers would twitch, the almost imperceptible tightening around her eyes. The overturned chair haunted me for weeks afterward. It sat there like a question mark, like someone had stood up too quickly, pushed back too hard. But the floor showed no evidence of impact, no scratches in the wood grain, as if the chair had simply decided to fall. I found myself returning to that room in my thoughts, circling the details like a moth around flame. The calendar with its unmarked day, the notebook's blank page, the window that remained sealed despite the footprints leading directly to it. There was a sound I kept hearing, soft, rhythmic, like breathing but not quite, like pages turning but no one was reading. It followed me home, that sound. Woke me in the early morning hours when the world feels thin and possibilities multiply. The investigation, if you could call it that, began with a phone call, a voice I recognized but couldn't place, asking if I had seen anything unusual. The question seemed loaded, heavy with implications I couldn't grasp. I said no, which might have been true. She had been missing for 3 days before anyone noticed, or before anyone admitted to noticing. The difference feels important now, though I can't say why. The coffee cup appeared in my dreams, always steaming, always untouched. Sometimes I would reach for it and my hand would pass through, like reaching through fog. Other times it would shatter at my touch, though I never heard the sound of breaking. I began visiting the building regularly, not the room itself, but the lobby, the hallway outside, watching people come and go, noting their shoes, their gait, the way they held their shoulders, looking for someone who moved like the person who had left those footprints. The security guard knew me by sight eventually, nodded when I passed, never asked questions. His eyes held a wariness I recognized, the look of someone who has seen things he prefers not to discuss. The unmarked day on the calendar fell on a weekend. I remember that much, or think I do. Time became elastic in those weeks, stretching and contracting without warning. Minutes felt like hours, days disappeared entirely. There were other rooms, other details that didn't align. A telephone that rang with no one calling. A plant that remained green despite never being watered. Small impossibilities that accumulated like dust in corners. I started keeping my own notebook, recording observations, sketching floor plans, documenting the progression of my thoughts. The pages filled quickly with questions that bred more questions. Where did she go? Why was the coffee still warm? Who had been wearing those expensive shoes? The footprints changed position, subtle shifts that might have been my imagination, or tricks of light, or evidence of something more deliberate. They seemed to move closer to the window each time I looked, as if their owner was still walking, still approaching that sealed barrier between inside and outside. The chair remained overturned. I never saw anyone right it, never saw maintenance staff enter the room. It became a constant, the one element that never shifted or evolved, a fixed point in a constellation of moving pieces. I began to suspect I was being watched, not by cameras or security personnel, but by someone more patient, more careful. The feeling would settle on my shoulders like a weight, pressing down until I had to leave, had to find open spaces and moving air. The sound followed me everywhere now. That soft, rhythmic whisper that might have been breathing, might have been pages turning, might have been something else entirely. It grew stronger near the building, fainter when I traveled away, like a radio signal with limited range. She had mentioned the room once in passing, described it as peaceful, private, a place where she could think without interruption. I hadn't paid much attention then. Conversation with her often felt like walking through a minefield, words chosen carefully to avoid explosive topics. The investigation expanded to include her apartment, her office, her regular haunts. Each space revealed the same meticulous organization, the same obsessive precision, but also gaps, absences that felt deliberate. Books missing from series, photographs removed from frames, empty spaces that suggested something had been taken away. I found myself rearranging my own belongings, aligning edges, creating order from chaos. The habit felt foreign but compulsive, as if I was channeling her need for control, her fear of randomness. The notebook's blank page became a meditation. I would stare at it for long periods, waiting for words to appear, for meaning to emerge from emptiness. The paper had a slight texture, tiny imperfections that caught the light. Sometimes I thought I could see impressions from previous pages, ghost writing that remained just beyond legibility. The coffee cup multiplied in my awareness. I began noticing similar cups everywhere, steaming on tables, cooling on counters, abandoned half-empty in cafes and offices. Each one felt significant, connected to the original in ways I couldn't articulate. The footprints led to revelations I wasn't prepared for. Following their direction, tracing their path, I discovered they matched my own shoes, the expensive leather soles I had purchased recently, the ones that whispered against polished floors. The realization arrived like cold water, shocking and immediate. But I had never walked to that window, never stood in that position, never left those particular impressions. The contradiction felt like vertigo, like standing at the edge of a cliff and discovering the ground beneath your feet was no longer solid. The sound intensified, became almost musical, a rhythm that suggested purpose, intention, design. I began to hear melodies in it, familiar tunes that shifted and changed before I could identify them completely. She used to hum while she worked, soft, unconscious melodies that would drift through the air like smoke. I had found it annoying then, a distraction from more important things. Now I would give anything to hear those tunes again, to have that small irritation back in my life. The room remained unchanged, suspended in its impossible state. The coffee still steamed, the chair still lay overturned, the calendar still showed its unmarked day. But I had changed, evolved, become something different through observation and obsession. The final visit felt different, charged with possibility, heavy with approaching revelation. I entered the room with new eyes, saw details that had been invisible before. The way dust motes moved in patterns too regular to be random. The way shadows fell at angles that defied the light source. The way everything seemed to be waiting, holding its breath. I touched the coffee cup and felt warmth that had nothing to do with temperature. Opened the notebook and saw words appearing on the blank page, my own handwriting forming letters I didn't remember making. Approached the window and found it opening at my touch, revealing a view that shouldn't have existed from that floor, that position, that impossible vantage point. The footprints began moving again, and this time I could see who was making them. Story 10. The room was filled with the soft hum of a distant radio, a cozy familiarity that wrapped around the slight chill of the morning air. A gentle breeze drifted through the barely open door, its hinges quietly whispering against the frame. The scent of fresh paint hung in the air, mingling with the aroma of brewing coffee, inviting both warmth and curiosity. Halfway across the polished wooden floor, its gleaming surface reflected an unusual shadow. It stretched from the corner where shadows shouldn't exist. Each delicate creak seemed to trace footsteps that appeared and vanished with the fleeting morning light, leaving an unsettling silence in their wake. I can't shake this feeling. It sits in my chest like a stone, cold and heavy, pressing against my ribs until breathing becomes conscious work. The sensation started somewhere sometime, but pinpointing the exact moment feels like trying to catch smoke with bare hands. Was it the shadow, the paint smell, or something else entirely that my mind refuses to acknowledge directly? The nausea comes in waves now, not the sharp, immediate kind that announces itself with purpose, but the slow, creeping variety that seeps through your system like poison through groundwater. I find myself swallowing repeatedly, as if trying to push down something that isn't there, or perhaps something that is very much there but shouldn't be. My hands remember things my mind hasn't caught up to yet. They shake slightly when I reach for objects, hesitate before touching surfaces, curl into fists without my permission. Muscle memory is a strange thing. It holds secrets in tendons and joints, storing information in places where conscious thought can't easily retrieve it. The coffee cup, I remember the coffee cup sitting on the counter, still steaming, as if someone had just poured it and walked away. But who? The kitchen felt empty, abandoned, yet the evidence of recent presence lingered everywhere. A newspaper folded to the crossword puzzle, half completed, reading glasses resting on their side, a pen with its cap off, blue ink bleeding slowly into the paper where it had been left to rest. But that wasn't the same room, was it? The layout shifts in my memory, walls moving like stage sets being rearranged between acts. Sometimes the door is on the left, sometimes on the right. Sometimes there are two doors. The radio moves too, its position changing with each recollection, though its soft humming remains constant, a soundtrack to uncertainty. I keep returning to the shadow on the floor. Shadows should make sense. Light source, obstacle, projection, simple physics. But this shadow seemed to exist independent of logic, stretching from a corner where no object cast it, reaching across the polished wood like a dark finger pointing towards something I couldn't see, or wouldn't see. The paint smell grows stronger in my memory, though I know that's impossible. Fresh paint has a specific timeline. It fades predictably, loses its potency according to ventilation and temperature. Yet in my recollections it intensifies, becomes almost tangible, coating the inside of my nostrils with its chemical sweetness. White paint, I think, or perhaps pale yellow. The color shifts depending on which version of the memory surfaces. There was someone else there. This knowledge arrives not as a memory, but as a certainty, the way you know you're being watched even when you can't see the observer. A presence that filled space without taking up room, breathed without making sound, moved without disturbing the air. The feeling of being not quite alone in what appeared to be an empty space. The footsteps were wrong, not the sound they made, but their rhythm. Too measured, too careful, like someone walking on ice, testing each step before committing their full weight. I can hear them now, echoing in the space between my thoughts, but when I try to focus on the sound, it dissolves into the general creaking of an old building settling into itself. My mouth tastes like copper. When did that start? The metallic flavor coats my tongue, makes saliva feel thick and unwelcome. I run my tongue across my teeth, searching for a cut, a source, but find only the persistent taste without origin. It's stronger when I think about the room, about the shadow, about the presence that may or may not have been there. The radio played something familiar, a song I knew but couldn't name, hummed along to without conscious recognition. The melody loops in my head now, incomplete phrases that start and stop without resolution. Sometimes I catch myself humming it, then stop abruptly when I realize what I'm doing, as if the tune carries something contagious. Time moved strangely in that space. Minutes felt like hours, or perhaps hours compressed into seconds. I remember looking at my watch, but the numbers made no sense. The hands seemed to move backward, or maybe they were moving forward, but I was moving backward, creating the illusion of temporal reversal. Clock faces lie sometimes, or maybe we lie to ourselves about what they're telling us. The door's whisper against the frame becomes louder in memory. What started as a gentle sound now feels insistent, urgent, like someone trying to communicate through the movement of wood against wood. The breeze that caused it came from somewhere, but where? The building felt sealed, contained, yet air moved through it with purpose and direction. I keep touching my face without realizing it. My fingers find my cheeks, my forehead, my chin, as if confirming that I'm still present, still solid. The skin feels different somehow, not quite my own, too warm or too cold depending on the moment. When I catch myself doing this, I force my hands down, but they drift upward again within minutes. There was a sound I haven't mentioned yet, not the radio or the door or the footsteps, but something else. A soft impact, like something being set down carefully on a hard surface. Deliberate placement rather than accidental dropping. The sound came from behind me, but when I turned, nothing had changed. The room looked exactly as it had moments before, yet something was definitely different. The shadow moved, I'm certain of this now, though certainty feels like a luxury I can't afford. Shadows don't move independently of their sources, but this one did. It shifted across the floor like liquid, changing shape and density, sometimes sharp-edged and defined, sometimes soft and diffuse. I watched it without understanding what I was seeing, my brain struggling to process information that contradicted basic principles of light and physics. My breathing has become shallow, not from exertion or fear exactly, but from a kind of anticipatory tension. The feeling you get when you know something important is about to happen but don't know what or when. Every breath feels measured, rationed, as if there's only a limited supply available and I need to conserve it for whatever comes next. The wooden floor reflected more than it should have. Wood doesn't typically create mirror-like reflections, yet I could see myself in its surface, distorted and incomplete. My reflection seemed to lag behind my movements, creating a disorienting double vision where I existed slightly out of sync with myself. When I lifted my hand, the reflection lifted its hand a fraction of a second later. Something was missing from the room. I knew this without being able to identify what. The space felt incomplete, as if an essential element had been removed, leaving behind only its absence. Like a photograph with a crucial detail cropped out, the remaining image technically complete, but somehow fundamentally wrong. The taste in my mouth intensifies when I think about the missing element. Copper becomes iron, becomes something more complex and unsettling. I find myself swallowing compulsively again, trying to clear a flavor that originates not in my mouth, but in my memory, in the intersection between what I experienced and what I'm allowing myself to remember. There were 2 coffee cups. This detail surfaces suddenly, contradicting my earlier recollection of a single steaming mug. 2 cups, both warm, both recently used. One with lipstick traces on the rim, faint pink marks that suggested careful sipping. The other clean, unmarked, as if its user had been more cautious about leaving evidence of their presence. But I was alone in the room, I'm sure of this. The certainty sits alongside the knowledge of the second coffee cup without creating obvious contradiction. Both things can be true simultaneously if you don't examine them too closely, if you let them exist in the peripheral vision of consciousness where logic becomes more flexible. The paint smell wasn't from the walls. This realization arrives with uncomfortable clarity. The walls showed no signs of recent painting, no dropped cloths, no brushes, no tape marks or primer patches. Yet the chemical scent hung heavy in the air, concentrated and fresh. Paint on something else then, something smaller, something portable. My hands remember holding something smooth and warm, not hot but body temperature, as if it had been held by someone else moments before being passed to me. The object had weight but not much bulk. Familiar shape but wrong context. like finding a kitchen utensil in a bathroom, recognizable but displaced in a way that makes you question your understanding of how things should be arranged. The radio's hum develops variations, subtle changes in pitch and tone that suggest the station is drifting, losing signal strength. But the melody continues underneath, that familiar tune I can't name, playing on a frequency that seems immune to atmospheric interference. Sometimes I think I hear voices in the static, conversations bleeding through from other broadcasts, other places, other times. My reflection in the wooden floor shows someone I almost recognize. The features are mine but arranged differently, or maybe the same arrangement viewed from an impossible angle. The person in the reflection appears to be looking at something just behind and to the left of where I'm standing, but when I turn to see what's captured their attention, there's nothing there. The footsteps weren't from the room I was in. They came from above or below or through the walls themselves. Sound travels strangely in old buildings, following paths through hidden spaces, emerging in unexpected locations. What sounds like someone walking beside you might be someone walking 3 rooms away, their movement translated through wood and plaster into ghostly percussion. I remember now why the shadow was wrong. It wasn't just that it existed without a source, but that it was too dark, too dense. Shadows are the absence of light, but this one seemed to be the presence of something else. It absorbed light rather than simply blocking it, creating a patch of space that felt deeper than the floor it fell across. The coffee was still hot when I touched the cup. Both cups. My fingers remember the ceramic warmth, the slight vibration of liquid still settling from recent stirring. But stirring with what? No spoons were visible. No sugar packets or cream containers. Just 2 cups of black coffee, perfectly prepared, sitting in a kitchen where no one should have been. The door's whispering becomes words if you listen carefully enough. Not words in any language I recognize, but syllables that suggest meaning, sounds that feel like they're trying to communicate something important. The breeze that moves it comes in patterns, not random gusts but measured intervals, as if controlled by someone standing just outside, manipulating the air pressure with careful precision. My mouth fills with saliva that tastes wrong, too thick, too warm, carrying flavors that don't belong in my body. I spit into the sink, but the taste remains, coating my tongue and the back of my throat with something that might be copper or might be fear, or might be the physical manifestation of guilt I haven't acknowledged yet. The room shifts again in my memory. The door moves to the far wall, the windows disappear entirely, the radio relocates to a shelf that wasn't there before. These changes don't feel like errors in recollection, but like the room itself is unstable, unable to maintain a consistent form, as if the space exists only when observed and reassembles itself differently each time I look away and back. Someone was humming along with the radio, not me. The sound came from somewhere else in the room, a soft accompaniment to the melody that played through the static, a voice I should have recognized but didn't, or maybe did but chose not to acknowledge the recognition. Humming that stopped abruptly when I became conscious of listening to it. The shadow reached toward something. Its irregular shape suggested purpose, direction, intent. Not the random form cast by furniture or architectural features, but something that stretched and pointed like a finger indicating a specific location. When I followed its implied direction, my eyes found the corner where it originated, but the corner held nothing that could cast such a shadow. My hands shake when I try to write this down, not from cold or caffeine or nervousness, but from something deeper, more fundamental. As if my body is rejecting the act of recording these memories, fighting against the process of making them permanent and external. The pen feels heavy, foreign, like an object I've never used before. The paint smell comes from my clothes. This knowledge arrives suddenly, completely formed, not from the room, not from the walls, but from my own fabric, my own skin. As if I've been exposed to something that clings, that transfers, that marks the exposed with its presence. When I lift my shirt to my nose, the chemical sweetness is unmistakable. There was a third coffee cup, hidden behind the other two, barely visible, already empty and cold. This cup showed signs of longer use, stains that suggested regular drinking, familiarity with its weight and shape. A cup that belonged in that kitchen, unlike the other two which seemed like visitors, temporary presences in a space they didn't quite fit. The footsteps stopped when I stopped moving, started when I started, a perfect synchronization that should have been comforting but felt sinister instead, as if something was matching my movements, learning my rhythms, preparing to replace me with a more accurate copy. When I deliberately changed my pace, the echo adjusted accordingly, maintaining the unsettling harmony. My reflection in the window shows someone standing behind me, but when I turn around, the room is empty. When I look back at the window, the reflection shows only me alone, but the feeling of presence remains. The glass holds images that reality doesn't support, displays scenes that contradict what my eyes report when I look directly at the space instead of at its reflection. The radio plays the same song on repeat, though this should be impossible. Radio stations don't loop individual tracks endlessly, but this melody continues without variation, without commercial interruption, without the natural progression that characterizes broadcast programming. As if the song exists only for me, only in this moment, only for this purpose I can't identify. Something warm touches my shoulder, not a hand exactly, but pressure that suggests intention, contact that implies presence. When I reach up to touch the spot, there's nothing there, but my skin retains the impression of warmth, the ghost sensation of contact that fades slowly rather than disappearing immediately. The wooden floor creaks under weight that isn't there, specific points of pressure that suggest footsteps but no visible cause for the sounds. The boards flex and settle as if supporting someone, but the space above them remains empty. I watch the floor respond to invisible presence, see the physical evidence of something my eyes can't detect. My memory fractures here, becomes unreliable even by its own standards. Events that happened in sequence become simultaneous. Actions that took time compress into single moments. The room exists in multiple states at once, empty and occupied, familiar and strange, safe and threatening. Reality becomes negotiable, subject to revision without notice. The coffee cups multiply in my recollection. 3 becomes 4 becomes 5. All warm, all recently used, all suggesting the presence of people who aren't there. The kitchen counter fills with evidence of a gathering that never happened or happened but involved participants who exist only in peripheral vision, in the spaces between direct observation. I am not alone in remembering this room. Someone else carries these same images, these same sensations, these same contradictions between what happened and what should have been possible. Our memories intersect in ways that suggest shared experience, but I can't identify who else was there, who else saw the shadow move, who else heard the footsteps that matched their own. The paint smell becomes overwhelming, fills my sinuses with chemical intensity that makes my eyes water. But there's something else underneath it now, something organic and warm and unsettling. The combination creates a scent that shouldn't exist, that violates the natural order of how things should smell when combined. The room holds its breath. This is the only way to describe the quality of stillness that settles over the space, a suspension of normal atmospheric activity that makes every small sound amplified and significant. Even the radio's hum seems muted, as if the air itself has become too thick to carry sound effectively. My hands remember washing something, not dishes, not clothes, but something that required careful attention, thorough cleaning, complete removal of evidence that it had been used. The water ran red briefly, then clear, then red again, as if whatever I was cleaning released its stains reluctantly, in stages. But I don't remember what I was washing. The object itself remains hidden behind a curtain of selective amnesia, visible only in its effects, its aftermath, its absence from the current scene, like seeing a shadow without being able to look directly at what casts it. The shadow on the floor begins to fade as I watch, not because the light changes, but because it's losing substance, dissolving into the wood grain as if it was never really there. But its absence leaves a mark, a slightly different texture in the floor's surface that suggests something has been absorbed rather than simply removed. I need to leave this room, but my feet won't move toward the door. Not from paralysis or fear, but from a growing certainty that leaving will change something fundamental, will alter the delicate balance that keeps certain truths suspended in the space between acknowledgement and denial. As long as I remain here, the contradictions can coexist peacefully. The radio finally goes silent, but the melody continues in my head, stronger now without competition from external sound. The tune that felt familiar but unnamed now reveals itself as something I've been humming for much longer than I realized, a soundtrack to activities I can't quite remember but can't entirely forget. Someone else is humming it too, somewhere nearby, their voice harmonizing with mine in a duet I didn't know I was participating in. The sound comes from everywhere and nowhere, fills the room without having a source, creates the impression of company without the presence of another person. The wooden floor reflects my face, but the expression isn't one I remember making. The person looking back at me appears calm, satisfied, almost peaceful, but I feel none of these things. The disconnect between internal experience and external appearance suggests that either my reflection or my self-awareness is lying, and I'm not sure which possibility is more disturbing. My hands are clean now, but they remember being dirty, not with ordinary dirt or dust, but with something that required specific cleaning techniques, particular attention to the spaces under fingernails, between fingers, along the creases of palms. The memory of scrubbing is more vivid than the memory of what required such thorough removal. The room begins to feel smaller, as if the walls are moving inward by degrees too subtle to observe directly but significant enough to change the quality of space. The air becomes more concentrated, more intimate, more complicit in whatever happened here before my conscious memory began recording events. I understand now that I've been telling this story backward, starting with the aftermath and working toward the cause. But even this realization doesn't provide clarity, doesn't illuminate the sequence of events that led to this moment of standing in a room that shouldn't exist, remembering things that shouldn't have happened, feeling guilty about actions I can't quite recall. The shadow returns, darker than before, reaching across the entire floor now like spilled ink spreading through wood grain. It touches my feet, and I feel a coldness that penetrates through shoes and socks, travels up my legs like liquid ice, settles in my chest where that original stone of discomfort has been waiting. The coffee cups are gone, all of them. The counter stands empty except for the radio, which has begun to hum again, playing that same melody on an endless loop. But now I recognize the tune. It's something I used to whistle while working, a mindless accompaniment to activities that required concentration, focus, careful attention to detail. The room holds all of this, the presence and absence, the memory and forgetting, the guilt and innocence, the shadow and light. It contains contradictions without resolving them, maintains impossible states without explanation or apology. And I remain here, suspended in the space between knowing and not knowing, unable to leave, unwilling to fully remember, caught in the amber of a moment that refuses to end or begin.